Hi everybody and welcome to the channel. My name's Nicole and this is Dusty Book Sniffers and we are here for some weekly reading sprints. I know I have been MIA in the last month. I had my granddaughter here, so that made it a little bit difficult to do live streams, especially if they go for quite some time. So we are here for some reading sprints and we are going to do 45-15 breaks. I'm hoping to be here for at least 3. I have a few things to do this afternoon, so I won't be here all day. And fingers crossed, my internet will stay on because all I can say is thank goodness I have pre-recorded and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, because my internet has been giving me grief for the last couple of days. I wasn't able to do a live stream on my craft channel yesterday because I had no internet when I got up. I was having issues with it the night before, and obviously it just died overnight. And yeah, it wasn't working. So I've had someone come out. They've looked at it. I have temporary, and I use the word temporary quite strenuously, internet. So there is some sort of issue in the pit, so they're going to work that out. So if I go blurry while I'm talking, it's because my internet is on Wi-Fi. For the most part, it's okay, but yeah, sometimes it goes a bit blurry. I have no one home, no one using the internet, my phone's taken off it, everything is off the Wi-Fi. So yeah, so I can see a couple of people are joining us. Hey Tina and hey Brittany, thank you so much for joining me. I feel a little bit out of practice after not doing sprints for a month. I feel a little bit out of practice. So yeah, and I always feel very self-conscious as well when I'm on here. I know the internet issues are always very stressful, especially when you have 2 channels and you have live streams booked and all that sort of stuff. So I had people freaking out yesterday and I couldn't do anything because I was on the phone. And yeah, I was using my phone and trying to text and let everybody know that I'm okay. I haven't dropped off the face of the earth. And yeah, so I had quite a number of people looking for me yesterday, but I ended up getting some results yesterday. So hopefully they fix it 100%. And yeah. So what is everybody reading tonight or this morning, depending where you are, because it's tonight for Brittany. You're in Canada, aren't you, Brittany? I'm pretty sure you are. Probably wrong. I just filmed my TBR this morning. Oh my goodness. It is going to be epic. It is going up tomorrow. So yeah. I can't today. Just figured to pop in and say hi. That is okay, Tina. Thank you very much for popping in. I do appreciate that. That is okay. We all have things that we have to do. So I really do appreciate it. And I am terrible for putting up people's comments. So I am trying to get better at that. And I get a bit wobbly because my computer is on a table as well. So I might just pull my thing down. I'll do that in the next sprint because it will probably pop off my camera because it's in an external USB port. So and they're always a bit dodgy. So yeah, where was I up to here? Yep, in Canada, and it's 8 p.m. It has just gone 9 a.m. here. So I'm a little bit earlier today because I have to go and pick up my daughter at 2 o'clock. And normally I finish around 2 o'clock. So I thought I better come on a bit earlier. But I'm actually thinking about doing some morning time sprints because I'm one of those crazy people that get up this morning. Do you know what time I got up this morning? Ridiculous time. I was wide awake at 4:30 this morning. It was dark as, like, normally in summer it's not a problem because it's daylight at that time where I live because my time doesn't change, so I get a lot of morning time light as opposed to evening light here in Australia. So the southern states, they go to daylight saving, so they're darker in the morning and lighter at night. And so yeah, so basically I woke up this morning 4:30 and I'm just like, are you kidding me? So I'm laying in bed watching videos, and I watched your video this morning too, Brittany, and I also watched Neva's. I haven't watched Rainy's yet, but great. That was a great concept. I really enjoyed it. So you kept me company on the treadmill in the end. So I got up and I started watching and your video, and then I thought, you know what, I might as well just go and get into the gym. So you and Neva kept me company on the treadmill. I only did 35 minutes this morning. And then I come in and I thought, you know what? I've got time to film my TBR. I'll come on a little bit earlier. And yeah, because I reckon I'm going to get to 3 and probably crash out. I do have a lot of stuff to do. So yeah. 4:30 is just a ridiculous time to wake up. I'm okay with getting up when it's daylight, but when it's dark, not so much. So we might come back from sprints and I might be asleep on the couch. Never know. Coda, hey Coda, how are you going? How are you going with Wheel of Time? Are you getting through that? So for those that don't know, Coda, Storytime with Sid and a few other people and myself are reading the Wheel of Time series at the moment, and I've just started book 5. I'm a little bit further on. I think I'm about 180 pages in now, and Coda is on my tail to catch up to me. He's been playing catch up, and you have done an amazing job catching up, considering you only started reading a couple of months ago. You've done well, and those books are chunksters. I don't know, mine's over there, just in the corner there. You can see it sitting on a stool. Yeah, so 30 minutes and I'll be reading Fires of Heaven. Yes, I'm liking it so far, but I can honestly say that I don't know. I'm really not caring about Rand's character anymore. Like, I'm fully invested in the girls at the moment, and Perrin as well. Like, I'm fully invested in Perrin's storyline and the girls' storyline. I don't know why. I mean, Rand's an integral part of the story, and I just don't care about his storyline. I hope I get a little bit more invested, and we all know that I don't care about Matt. I want Matt to be bumped off. He's annoying. You're welcome, hun. I'm not a problem. I love watching your videos. I'm really looking forward to your chain video as well. If you're not a subscriber to Brittany, head over and give her a thumbs up and check out some of her videos. She's got a couple of, the concept of the one today was brilliant, and also the what's it called? The chain video that you've got where you take a bit of the title and you've got to connect them all. That's a very interesting one. I'm waiting for your next one to come out, and I think they're absolutely brilliant. All right. Wake up at 4:30 every day. I can do daylight. As long as it's daylight, I don't have a problem with it. My body starts to reject the notion if it's dark. And yeah, it is almost through the prologue. Oh, okay, cool. So you'll be catching up to me, and you're reading some today. I'm not reading that today. Today, I am actually reading The Orphan Sky. I started this on Wednesday morning with Brittany because I was on her sprints Tuesday night with friends. She has sprints every Tuesday night for those in the Northern Hemisphere and Wednesday morning for those in the Southern. So yeah, so I started reading that, and I got up to chapter 7 through her sprints. And this one is I don't know how I feel about this one. It's sort of like the same sort of scenario as the Kite Runner. So it's set up in the sort of the same way. We're in Azerbaijan, and because it's for my Read Around the World challenge, and we're in Azerbaijan, and at the height of the communist movement there. So this is following a young girl's story about it, and she's 15 at the moment, and she's just about to take her, for lack of a better term, oath to the Communist Party. But yeah, there's some things starting to happen, and she's a pianist, and she's about to go to Budapest for a massive competition, and it should put Azerbaijan on the map and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it seems interesting, but it is very, very similar to like same sort of thing as Kite Runner. It's set around the same time as well. I know you read that so quickly. I'm swinging between both. I'm listening and also reading, and then sometimes I'm reading along with Wheel of Time as well. And you're Team Perrin all the way. I'm Team Perrin as well. I must admit, I'm really liking his storyline, and yeah, it's absolutely fabulous. So. And the girl storyline's pretty good too. Like, I'm really invested in to see where Egwene goes. Like, I think she's going to be, like, even though she's in the story, she's not really a massive part of it. I think she is going to become even more so as it goes on. I mean, that's my prediction, but I'm probably, if you see my prediction video the other day, you already know that I'm not good at them. Hey Lyndon, how you going? Thank you for joining. I don't think I've seen you here before, so welcome to the channel. Oh, Teo. Really? I'm sorry. Oh, Pod, what can I say? Like, I have vlog 4 for the Women's Prize for Fiction is on my channel. If you go and have a look at it, I actually talk about Pod. Now, it just be aware there is some pretty full-on topics in it. It's quite violent. Okay, so just be prepared, and that's all I'm going to say on that. And I would really love to hear your thoughts on it once you're finished. So if you're not on my Discord, come over and join my Discord. If not, and you can find all that information under any of my videos, except for this one because I forgot to do that. Yeah, so basically, just leave a comment down underneath the vlog 4 of the Women's Prize for Fiction, because I read the entire long list this year. I read every book and I didn't DNF any. There are a lot of people that DNF'd Pod. So, but I read it in its entirety because I felt that it should be read, not DNF'd, so I could make an informed decision about what books I wanted to put on to essentially my wish list and what I thought would actually win. And I bombed out. None of the books that I wanted on there, or even that I predicted, were on there. So except for 1 or 2, because I had it split, because I had Demon Copperhead on my wish list, and then I had The Marriage Portrait on the what I actually thought would win. And I was so surprised that some did not make it at all. Hey, Sarah, thanks for joining. Good to see you. Glad you're here. What are you reading today? Leave me a comment down below. Let me know what you're reading. I probably missed some already. I'm about to read more of His Majesty's Dragon. It should be finished tomorrow. I've not heard of that. Who is the author for that one, Lyndon? What else have we got going? Feeling all the love. I need to start reading the books for the 2nd episode of The Chain ASAP. Yes, that's the hardest thing when, as a booktuber, you start these challenges, and then like life gets in the way. And like when I started my channel, I started the challenge of Read Around the World. Now there's 197 countries on my list. I'm only a year into it. I'm a little over a year into it, and I'm only getting to the end of the A's. I still haven't finished doing the vlog for Austria because I decided that once I got to Austria, I felt that the videos were a little bit bland. So what I'm doing now is, because I go and research the country a little bit further and see what the things are and all that sort of stuff. So now what I'm going to do is actually vlog making their national dishes and stuff like that. And so I'm waiting on lights to come because my kitchen's very dark. So you can see the door behind me. That is how dark my house is during the day. That is not an exaggeration. It looks like nighttime, like just on dusk in my house, because I live in a hot climate. So everything is very dark and the ceilings are very high, and it's freezing in winter, but it's great in summer. It's not so hot, even though it still gets hot. Okay, I'm listening now to as well. When the audio is available, I'll check it out, but still reading along. Yeah, I found it a great way to get my name, like the pronunciation of all the names and everything. Sometimes I find with Wheel of Time too, when it starts to drone on, I start to lose focus. And in the first 3 books, I found it a lot easier just to read to listen to them, because as it was starting to lull in the story, it boosted something action packed would happen, and so it was ebbing and flowing. I found with the last book, it just sort of droned on a little bit more on that. Like the story was still good, but it felt like I was losing my concentration. So I had to sit down and read that a lot more than what I listened to with that one. So yeah. And I like the fact that when we're with the men of the story, we've got the male narrator, and when we're with the females, we've got the female narrator, and I like that because it breaks the book up a little bit. Because I think if I was just listening to him or I was just listening to her, I probably would have given up on the series because it's a lot. It's a lot, and we're only up to book 5, and there's still 9 to go. There's a lot. And they're all big books. Oh, it's driving me crazy. I'm reading Wool by Hugh Hurry. How's it going? Is it good? Are you enjoying it, or have you only just started? Okay. Hey, Chris, how are you going? That's so impressive. You read the entire long list. Still making my way through. I actually, because here I couldn't get the physical copies because I'm in Australia, for those that don't know, if you couldn't tell by my accent, or sometimes people think I'm in South Africa, but anyway, or New Zealand. I don't know how, but yep, okay. I'm in Australia. So when the long list was announced, I went onto Amazon because that was the way I was going to get them quickest. And I couldn't find any of the physical copies. A lot of them weren't getting released until some of them weren't even getting released here in the physical copy until June. So I got them all on Kindle and also on audio. So basically I just dropped my entire TBR for March, and then I just made the long list a priority, and I actually surprised myself that I got through them, and I managed to get through all of the books by the end of March, which totally surprised me. I gave myself till the 20th of April to get through them because I do read a lot of books anyway. My average reading for each month is around 12 to 15, depending on the books. Now, most of the books on the shortlist were quite short, and I do read a lot faster on my Kindle, and as I said, I did have some audios, so, and I listened to them sped up as well. So the long list, most of them I listened to on 1.75. If they had a bit of an accent, which was the Fire Rush one, I dropped that down to 150. So yeah, I was able to get through them, and those books that are only got 200 pages in them, I finished them in a couple of hours, 3 hours. So it wasn't that hard to get through them. After the shortlist was announced, there are some books on there that I'll be rereading them. I don't know if I can go back to The Marriage Portrait. I just really didn't like it. And it was a long book. It just didn't gel with me. I still gave it 3 stars. Like it's written well and all that sort of stuff. It just wasn't my cup of tea. It also could have been that I may have not been in the mood for that sort of historical fiction, because sometimes when it's way back then, I really have to be in the mood for that historical fiction. So yeah, and because that was set in the 1500s, I'm thinking it was more a me thing than a book thing. So I'm in 2 minds whether I'm going to revisit it or not. I sort of, if I've listened to it on audio, I like to go to the written word and see if I get more out of it. So I'm playing around with that idea, because on my Discord, we'd done this last year. We read the winner first in July. Whoever the winner is, that's the first book we read. And then the rest of the months of the year get a book each month. So we've got a month to read it. And sometimes I think if you're reading books, especially ones that are on a long list or a short list or whatever, if you're reading them fast, sometimes you can miss something. So I'm quite happy to go back and read them and take my time. They won't be a priority. If I get them finished in that month, I'll get them finished in that month. But it'll be enough. I'll still be able to join in the conversation with the people that are reading it for the first time. I put in my prediction video, my reaction video, that I think at the end I put up that I think Demon Copperhead will win. Again, it wasn't my sort of cup of tea, but I appreciated it for what it was. So yeah, but I'm glad that you're reading them. I think to like, you need to read them and not DNF them so you can understand why they're on the list. Like, they all sort of, yeah. So Naomi Novik is the author. Absolutely adore her work. I want to go and suss her out and see what else that she's got. I love doing sprints and seeing what you're all reading, because, as I said, I read anywhere from 12 to 14, 15 books a month. So I'm finding new authors and new books to read. And I'm very eclectic. If you've not been here before, I am a very, very eclectic reader. I read everything from Victorian classics right through to contemporary everything. So yeah. So I'll have to go and suss her out and see what else she's got. Disappointed that the fan. That book was a good book. Like, I am really surprised that that wasn't on there. And the same as Queen Bandits. Like, I was shocked. And I wasn't the only one that was shocked that that did not make it. I don't understand why. It was well written. It was a great story. It had some factual stuff in it. It had everything in it. Like, it was comedy, it was dark, it was like it had good content in it, and it was just a great book. And I'm a fan is like so prevalent to today's society. I enjoyed that book as well. Like, it wasn't a 5-star read, but it was still a great book. And it was so like in the book where it says that that type of book ends up on long lists but never shortlisted. Was that like a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy? Like, when I read that, I'm like, oh, I don't think I would have said that, because like that's put that thought into the judge's head. Like, and it's a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, really. Like, yeah, it was quite. I found that very interesting. That and a lot of people even said that, like, it was written in the book and then it didn't make the short list. It should have. It should have. The 5 I read. Look, there's some great books on there. Like Demon Copperhead is a great book. I didn't really. It was well written. The story was paced really well. Like, it was a good book. It was a good book. It just wasn't my cup of tea at that point in time. And I'm happy to reread it. But that I listened to that on audio, and I think it was more the jarringness of his voice that I was listening to. So I'm actually going to read it physically when it comes around. So that way I'll probably get a little bit more absorbed into the story as well, because I've already listened to it and whatnot. And yeah, I already know what happens and all that sort of stuff, but I do like to do that sometimes, do the couple of different mediums and see where I land and give my thoughts about it, and you'll hear about it anyway. So I like the narration too. Yes, very much so. Hey, Stormy, welcome. Thank you for joining. All right, well, I have got to the end of the comments. I think we will go for our first 45-minute sprint. I am going to endeavour to get some pages read. I have my coffee already behind me. Let me just get this all set up, and I'm pretty sure I'm ready to go. Where are we? There we are. All right, let's start that. And I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. How did everyone go in that sprint? I managed to get 22 pages read, which is good. I just have to swap glasses so I can see what I'm looking at. There we go. It's a bit better. I got new glasses the other day, and they're not great. I think they put the script in the wrong place because I feel like I've got to lift my head up all the time. They're okay for reading if I have it out here, but if I come too close, they're a little bit blurry just on the outside. So I think I'm going to go back and just say, hey, can you have a look at these? Because these are my old glasses and I can see the computer fine and I can still read fine. It's just for my close-up work, I can't. And it's like they've got the script around the wrong way. I don't know. Anyway, I guess I'll just have to take it back. Alrighty, so a few people joined in that. There was numbers going up and down and all the rest of it. So if you're new here and you haven't left a comment, hey, how you going? Lala Reed has joined us in that sprint as well. So hello, what are you reading today? I got, as I said, 22 pages read, and yeah, so it's all right so far. It's not an exciting story, but it's okay. It's not too bad. So my mouse has just got caught. Let me just bring this down a little bit. All right, what's going on there? It's all curled up in the ball underneath my computer and not playing nice. All right, there we go. Let me see what's gone on here. Read 52 pages in that spread. Wow, that's good. I only got 22 pages. Although I did have to do a phone call as well. I probably would have got a little bit more. My daughter has just is going for a job interview and whatnot, so she just wanted to yeah, let me know that she was going for a job interview, so it's good. Just made it to part 2 in the book. Are you enjoying it so far? I hope you are. Didn't pay attention to where I was, but got to 4. Well, you're making some good progress, and no, I still haven't picked it up. I don't think I'm going to pick it up, to be honest. I think I may have passed that point now. I'd like to reread it, though. Because is there a 4th book coming out for Discovery of Witches, Stormy? Did I hear that on your sprints the other day? I'm sure I did. Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe I'm just hearing things. I'd like to go back to it because it's been a couple of years since I read it, and I really did enjoy it. I enjoyed the TV show as well, but not as much as I enjoyed the books. The books were a lot better, in my opinion. So, yeah. I'm going to hang out and chat until the next sprint starts. Then I'm going to call my grandma during the sprint. Oh, got to call you grandma. That's awesome. All right, what else we got? Got to 65% of the Wedding Crashers. Is it good? Are you enjoying it, Brittany, or is it just fine? Awesome. Looks like everybody has I'm on a walk, be reading when I get back. Excellent. I did my walk at the ungodly hour this morning, so I'm done for today. So I've made some changes in the last couple of weeks to get back into the gym. I've got a gym in my backyard. Like, we used to go to an actual gym down the road, and then it just got too expensive for both my husband and I to go. And so what we decided to do was get all of like the money that we were spending on the gym membership, we pulled that together, and then we just bought secondhand gym equipment and a couple of brand new ones. So like a treadmill and the elliptical trainer, we got brand new. The rest of the stuff we got secondhand, which was really good. And so we've set up a double garage shed out in the backyard. And I used to go to the gym all the time. Every morning I'd get up, that's where I'd go. And I'd do that 5 days a week. And then I stopped going. And it's been 7 years pretty much since I've been in the gym. Like, I've done walking and stuff like that, but it's been a long, long time. So I thought, it's time to get back into it, and that's where I'm at. So I'm starting from scratch. I'm going and hitting the treadmill every day, 5 days a week, and yeah, hopefully I will get up to where I was a few years back. And yeah, several typos. That's all good. Don't worry about the typos. I sort of could make out what you're talking about. It's all good. Good luck to her. I'm loving the book so far. Awesome. Very good. And the 5th book is another companion novel. Okay, cool. because there's only the 3 novels, and then there's the companion, and then there's this another a 5th one coming out. I thought it was the 4th. I don't know why I thought it was the 4th, but anyway, there we go. Brittany says that she's loving it. It's a great time. How did you go with Book Lovers? Did you end up finishing that? And was it still just fine by the time you got to the end of it? Did it pick up any? I'm going to hang out until the next sprint. Hang out and spring were misspellings. Yeah. I figured that. I figured that that's what you meant. All good. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm actually enjoying this book. I just read I went to the back of the book and read about the author. So this author, because this is for my Read Around the World challenge. So with that, it's either the author has to be from the country or the book has to be set in the country. It can be nonfiction or fiction. It doesn't matter. Preferably, I would like the author to be writing about the country and be from the country. So anyway, I never really looked up this author. I knew that she was from Azerbaijan, and I knew that the story was set in Azerbaijan. But then I looked at the author's note, and she is from the capital, Baku, and she received asylum to the United States in 1990. She's a composer and a singer and lives in Laguna Beach, California, and London. And this was her first. This is her first novel, and it was published in 2015. So yeah, I don't mind her writing. It's a little bit slow, but we've just got to the point because it's about communism and stuff like that. And she's 15, so she's met someone that is anti-communist, and it's set in 1979, and so she's sort of, her eyes are just starting to get open. So I'm assuming that's where the story is going to go, and all that. So yeah, don't know what it's about yet, but I think it's going to be about Gary Glass. Yeah, well, that's what I heard you say the other day. So he is a good character out of the book. I think he was not talked about enough. Should have been a bit more of that. Did finish the book, and yep, just the 3 stars. Yeah, cool. At least I know that going into it, because I actually have that on my book. You can sort of maybe just see it over that. Where is it? There, I can't point. Anyway, it's over there on the bookshelf. You can see the 2 of her books there. I think I've got Beach Reads and Book Lovers there, and I think she's got another one coming out soon. So yeah, interesting. And Chris was just saying a little bit as we went to that sprint. He was saying, I sometimes think these prizes reward subject matter and amount of stuff, than the quality of the books. I would have to agree with that. The just going back to the long list this year, like the chair of the judges actually said that there was something for everybody there, and I would have to agree with that statement. There was something for everybody on that list. The short list, again, there's probably something there. Someone, like, everybody will find something to like about those books. Pod, on the other hand, I don't know if many people are going to like that book. Like, it was just so violent in some aspects. Like, I get that it's drawing your attention to the fact of what we've done to the oceans as humans and all that sort of stuff. I get that from the book, but did it have to have that much violence in it? And I also found too, like, her writing, like, she wrote from the dolphin's perspective, but sometimes I felt like she wasn't quite in the perspective of a dolphin. Like, I had to sort of stop and think of like what perspective we're coming from, because at some points in it I felt like she switched over, that she was seeing it. I mean, she's human writing about a dolphin, but so that was bound to happen. But I had to stop and think about what I was reading. I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be people out there that are going to absolutely love the book. It was a 3-star read. It wasn't anything. It wasn't a terrible book. But it wasn't an exceptional book in my opinion either. But, it is what it is. And there's a lot of controversy about it. It was quite funny because I was watching Kit the Reader. She's a new booktuber to me, and she came over and watched my video, and that's how I found her. And I went and watched her reaction video, and she said about Pod because I believe she DNF'd it, and basically, as she said at the end, when Pod came up, like she was so shocked that it was on there. And then she's like, it's like they left it to last to just go boom, there it is, like. And I said to her, yeah, it was a little bit like no, we put it on the list type moment. And yeah, because a lot of people that I've watched are like, Pod, why the hell is that on that list? Because there was, just there were better books to put on there. But hey, the judges have spoken. Let's hope next year is a better year for the Women's Prize for Fiction. Like, compared to last year's books, this year's books they weren't as, like, there were some really good books on it, but last year's list, I think, was a little bit better than this year's list. So I can only imagine, like, the 16 that they picked, 4 of which I just totally disliked, and that was in my vlog 4. Like, they must have had some slim pickings to get to that 16 to begin with. Like, what did they read? Especially those last 4. Like, what else did they read that to get to that 16? And yeah, so anyway, it is what it is. And all right, where was I? I like fantasy and medical horror. See, I've not read a lot of medical horror. I love fantasy and I don't mind the odd horror book, but I haven't read a lot of medical horror. See, that'd freak me out. I don't know if I'd be able to sleep after it. I do like medical shows though, so maybe I would like the medical horror. I might. Have you got any recommendations? Leave me some recommendations in the comments for medical horror, and I'll go and suss them out. So I'm just trying to think if I've actually read any medical horror. I don't think I have. I've just read, your standard issue, Stephen King, those sort of ones. I couldn't even tell you what horror books I've read. I'm terrible with authors' names and whatnot. I haven't read a lot of horror. Probably in the last 3 or 4 years, I haven't read a lot of horror. So. But I have read a few of Stephen King's, your standard issue, Carrie, Shining, It. What else have I read? I started The Stand, never finished it. There's a few others I can't think off the top of my head that I've read, but that was many, many years ago that I read them. And I've often revisited Carrie and The Shining. They're probably my 2 favorite. I like revisiting them, but I haven't read a lot of modern stuff. I've read a couple of Stephen Graham Jones. Is that his name? Yeah, Stephen Graham Jones. I've read a couple of him. He was a relatively new to me author. I read a couple of his last year, and I've got a few of his books that I want to get to that I haven't got to yet. I was going to join in for Mayhem this year, which is reading all horror stuff, but I am reading my Kindle Unlimited. I did a challenge last year, and I'm doing it again this May. So next year I might change that around. I think May seems to be the time that I read a lot of books because of the Kindle Unlimited challenge that I did. So basically, what that challenge is, I put I constantly put books onto my Kindle Unlimited list, and then I get to a point where I can't add any more on, and I haven't read them. So, and it seems to be around January I get to that point, and then I forget about it again. And then last May I thought, you know what, I'm just going to read them all in 1 month, and that's what I did. And I found some pretty amazing books doing that. A lot of the ones last year were Colleen Hoover and historical fiction, but I found 2 thrillers that I really liked by Yasmin Ango. Her first book is Her Name is Night. That was a 5-star read for me, which was really good. And I am doing that again this May. And so my TBR video will be going up tomorrow, and it is insane. Like, I'm even sitting here going, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, but I'm going to give it a red hot bash. All right, so that's sort of what you can. The program by Susan Young is about depressed people getting their memories erased. Oh, in attempt to. Okay, I read a similar book to that actually. It's called. What was it called? I can't remember the author. I'll grab it in the next sprint because I'm pretty sure it's still in on my bookshelf unless my daughter has taken it. It was called The Machine, and it was along a similar vein, except they were erasing the memories of things like traumatic events and stuff like that. And it was very like Frankenstein-esque in the end. Like the storyline was about the memories of the machine and all that sort of stuff, but it was very Frankenstein-esque. It wasn't horrific as such, but it was a very interesting, like when I'm like, wow, I did not see that coming. I actually really enjoyed it. I had a fun time reading it. So yeah. But I will look up the program by Susan Young. I'm going to write that down now before I forget. And I've got my little piece of paper here. Program. Because otherwise I will forget and then it'll take me ages to find it. Suzanne Young. Cool. Awesome. Thanks for that. Go and have a bit of a suss on that author and see what else. Does she have many books? It's like it's epic. It's epic, really. I won't tell you the amount of anyway, you'll see it tomorrow. And I'm editing it after sprints today and it'll be up at 7 a.m. my time, which was 8 when I come on, so that's 2 hours. So it'll be about 6 p.m. your time. It'll go up. So yeah. Just while I was doing it, I was thinking to myself, you're insane, woman. You really are. People at risk of unraveling themselves forcibly made to have their memories erased. Ooh. Sounds good. All right. Well, I've got to the end of the comments. We're going to go to another sprint. We're going to do another 45-minute sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. I have to go and make a couple of phone calls because a few people have messaged me. So I don't know how much reading I'm going to get in this one. So yeah, hopefully I'll get some more pages. I would at least like to get to 150 pages today. This one's going to just be a bit of a slow read for me because I'll just get to it when I get to it. I'm just trying to find all the things. All right, let's start this sprint and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey everybody, how you going? I wasn't sure I was going to be able to come back on then. My neighbours have been at it for the last 40 minutes. So yeah. And they're just across the road because this is the front of my house. So it was all on. I have a bunch of bogans living across the road and there's, yeah, they're fabulous. So how did everybody go? I had a very eventful sprint. I'm guessing the police will probably turn up soon. They usually turn up about 10-15 minutes after the event. Yeah, they were yelling and screaming and carrying on. It's always entertaining on my front veranda. So anyway, that was a good sprint for me. I actually managed to get the dishes done, a load of washing on. I had some breakfast/lunch. And I got 12 pages read as well as listening to I ended up going into my lounge room so I could shut the door and didn't have to listen to them carry on. So I'm assuming that Tangible Reads sprints just finished because Mood Reader has popped in, and so has Nell, because Nell was over there doing sprints. I completely forgot that Courtney had sprints on today. So welcome. Thank you for joining me. And if you haven't already done so, hit that like button as well. So g'day to Mood Reader, and Lala had a nice call with her grandmother. And hey Sid, how you going? Hope your spirits are going well. They are. I'm getting some reading done and some stuff around the house. My postie just went past, so that means no bills today. That's good. Popped in to say hi and off to a birthday dinner. So if you're still here, hey. If not, I hope you had a great time at wherever you went. Alrighty. Nell has also popped in, just finished sprinting and popped in to say hi before bed. Hey, thanks, Nell. Nell's letting everybody know to hit that like button. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, ML, how are you? Thanks for popping by. What else is going on? Don't know how I hadn't been on your channel, Sprints, because I swore I subbed a long time ago. That's okay. Yes, I was on Brittany's. Yeah, fix that up real quick and has subscribed. Thank you, ML. I appreciate that. I generally do sprints. I've been on for 2 hours, just a little over 2 hours now. So I normally go live at 10 a.m., which I think is 8 or 9 in the US. I'm not too sure, maybe 9 in the US. But today I went on a little bit earlier, and I'm thinking that I'm probably going to keep them at this time because it works better for my day, because I have Zoom meetings in the afternoons on Fridays. Not every Friday, but yeah. So yeah. Alrighty. So welcome and thank you for the sub. And Lyndon, how'd you go? Okay, you got 100-page mark. Awesome. I'm not quite at the 100-page mark on mine yet. I'm going to try to read 100 pages out of the Alexa. Excellent. Excellent. Sounds like you've got a plan for tonight. That's awesome. My neighbours are so quiet right now. They've either killed themselves, like killed each other, because they were going off. Oh, no, the door's still open. They can't see me because of all my trees out the front, but I have a little part that I can see straight across the road because I can see if it's getting too hectic or not. And they get full on, like. But you know what? It's better the devil you know, because we've had worse neighbours in there. It's a community housing, and so we get a lot of, for lack of better terms, dead shits living in there that have no aspirations for life whatsoever except to take drugs and party hard. And I'm all for people partying hard and all the rest of it, but when it spills out onto the streets and you start punching on it and all the rest of it, you need to take a chill pill and just go away. And the lady that lives there, just, I don't know, she must have a magnet for attracting the biggest dead shits that there are in Australia to her house, because wow. But it's a little bit of entertainment every now and again. What can I say? Hello there, can't stay, but wanted to say hello, maybe back later. No worries, hun. Not a problem. I know it's late for you guys and you've just come off sprints and you've got to go and spend some time with your hubby. So that's awesome that you're getting to spend some time with him and that you popped in. Thank you. It can get a little bit scary, especially when I'm here by myself, But funny enough, we've never had any issues of them coming across the road and spilling onto our side of the road. And I guess because my husband's a tow truck driver, but he has a lot to do with that sort of demographic of people, because he doesn't charge a lot for his towing. So they tend to just stay away from us. They don't come across the road. There's one night there was a massive punch up out there, and I think it was a couple of New Year's back, and they started to come on the road, and the lady that lives there and her partner at the time started yelling at them and going, "Get off that side of the road." So, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that my husband has helped them many times and all that sort of stuff. So they have that. Be it as it may, they may be the biggest deros in the neighborhood, but they have respect for people that they admire. Doesn't make any sense to me, but anyway, I'm happy for them to stay on their side of the road and give me a little bit of entertainment every now and again. Sometimes I have to ring the police on them, but because they're getting out of control or whatever. It's fun times. We've had some really entertaining neighbors in there. There's a bunch of my friends, and that I've told them the story before, the old neighbors that were in there. One of my friends calls it the Great Australian Love Story. It involved police, ambulance drivers, ambulance people, and it's just full on. But that's a story for another day. I read 3 chapters, which isn't much. Every 2 pages, there's a new chapter of the book. That's okay. I only got 12 pages done myself, and was entertained highly by my neighbours, obviously. Made it to 75%. Oh, you might get finished. Maybe you might get finished tonight, Brittany. That's awesome. Well done. Is that for one of your videos that you have to do, that you have to read? Stormy about 8 pages got distracted. Don't we all? I have actually taken to putting my phone out of the room, because like I've got my Discord app and all that sort of stuff. I've got my Facebook, I've got my other channel and all the rest of it. So I've got notifications coming up all the time. And even when it's on silent, I still, out of the corner of my eye, will see the notification come up, and I find myself picking it up. And so I've taken to putting the phone out of the room, or just turning it face down, or throwing it in a drawer. It's a taxi turned up. It might have been the paddy wagon. No, it's a taxi. But yeah, I've taken to putting it in a drawer or something like that, turning it to silent, and just ignoring my phone, much to the disgruntlement of my family, because sometimes they'll text me, and I try to check it every half an hour to 45 minutes. So I have to do when I'm trying to get stuff read or stuff done. I'm just getting distracted by it. So yeah. And YouTube is the biggest one. Like, I'll see a notification and then I'll go and watch a video. It's not great for productivity, let's put it that way. So I totally sympathize with you. I only got 100 pages to go, or at least I can finish it before the month's over. Yeah, I didn't even start it. For some reason, I thought it was May that you were doing it in, not April. And so when I seen that all of the notifications coming up on your Discord, chapter by chapter, which was hilarious, that's what jogged my memory, and it was like, oh my god. And I had already put so much in, so it was sort of like I might get to it. I'm so not getting to it. Reminded me to subscribe. Thank you for the subscriptions, everybody. I really do appreciate it. I'm so close to 400 subscribers. I think I've just clicked over the 80 mark, 380. So yeah, or 390 mark, something like that. So yeah, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And all for the thumbs ups as well. I really, really do appreciate it. And I also appreciate you being here and joining in the fun. Okay, the noisy person has left. That's causing all the ruckus. Must be a day before payday or something. They're all strung out. That's wild. It's so wild that you're in Friday already, huh? It will never get old. A lot of people, I forget. Like, On my craft channel, I remember, because majority of my audience on my craft channel are from the Northern Hemisphere, so I tend to put my stuff up. But sometimes I'll forget, and then someone will go, "You're Thursday live?" No, that's Wednesday. I'm like, "Yeah, I know," but yeah, it's time zones do my head in all the time. But it's like we're all in the same hemisphere, because we get to talk and chit chat in the comments and hang out with each other doing reading and all that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, after a while you tend to forget that you're in different parts of the world. And I love it, because you get to just chit chat with everybody. It's fabulous. It's absolutely fabulous. I forgot, not everybody. Yeah, we don't have that problem here. Our gun violence, there is still some gun violence in our country, but it is few and far between. These people are not that sort of people. They just punch on. They're strung out or whatever, and I call it scrambled egg syndrome. As they're coming down off whatever they're on, their brains are just a bit fried, and they're just their temper's afraid and all the rest of it. Majority of them have been awake for hours on end because they've been on amphetamines or whatever the case may be. The saddest part is that there used to be more kids there. They're not there. They've been slowly taken from her. Really, they should have all been taken from her because of the cretins that she attracts. But anyway, that is something. The authorities are there all the time. Like the child services. I live in a very small country town, so at the end of my street is child services, and they're up here a lot for her. So, and yeah, hopefully there's only 2 kids left. Hopefully they will be housed soon, and then no kids will be in harm's way. That's the only thing that disappoints me. That that there's kids involved and whatnot. So yeah. Yes, I should be finished today because it's the last book I need to read first. I'm gunning for you. Make sure you get it done. Don't go to bed, no matter how tired you're going to be tomorrow. Oh, someone got shot about a block away from my house when I was just trying to get my groceries in my house about a month ago. That is scary. Like, I'm not sure exactly where you are, ML. But that is some scary stuff there. I think that was one of the best things our government ever did after that massacre down in Tasmania, just to buy back all the guns and just bring in really harsh gun laws and whatnot. I know that not everybody agrees with that, and that's fine, each to their own. But yeah, I think it was the best thing that was ever done for our country. Like, at the end of the day, we still do have some gun violence. It's usually with, like organized crime and stuff like that. But the everyday people don't. Like, if those people across the road had access to guns, I don't know what I'd do. I think I'd be moving into the middle of nowhere. So Texas is where ML's from. Yeah. That is some scary stuff there. I can deal with the punch-ons, as I said, that don't come across the road, as a rule. But yeah, no. I don't think I would cope. Like, I would love to come to, like, go to the United States for a visit, but to be honest, that is what scares me the most. That you could end up being caught in the crossfire of some random shooting and whatnot. That is what scares me the most about coming to the United States. And I've wanted to come for a very, very long time. But yeah, that's the one thing that does scare me, because I've got kids. Like, what if, and if it was just me, it wouldn't matter. But like, I mean, my life matters. But do you know what I mean? Like, when you've got other people relying on you, that's where it becomes a little bit scary and stuff like that. 112 chapters in this book, 401 pages. That's a lot of chapters, 401 pages. I think you said there was, like, every 2 pages there's a new chapter. Why do that? Like, is it from different perspectives? Like, I know sometimes when it's from different perspectives and that you get lots of chapters and all the rest of it. So yeah, it's okay. It's a chunky one. Yeah. See, and the thing is, if I had have started that, I would have wanted to read book 2 and 3 as well. So it wasn't just the one book that I was going to sign on for. It was going to be for the 3. Because I honestly don't think I have many series things going. Like I don't have many series on the go. I've got one coming up that I'm about to finish, and I think I may have 2 or 3 other ones on the go. Well, one of them is Wheel of Time, and I think that's about it, really. Wheel of Time. And I think there was a YA one, but I decided not to finish that one. I can't remember what it was called. Queen of the Slave Queen, something like that. I can't remember. Warrior Slave Queen, I think it was. Oh, and I've got one other one, which is the Bone Shard series. I can't remember the name of the actual series, but it is by someone Stewart. I can't think, because I read that one last year and I haven't picked it up. I know I've got the second one, and I noticed the third one's coming out soon. So I'll probably end up reading the first one again, because I really enjoyed it. I remember really enjoying it, but I cannot remember for the life of me who the author is. It's someone Stewart. Let me just have a look. Bone Shard Daughter was the title. Yeah, it was the title. My internet's really slow. I haven't gone fuzzy as far as I know. Andrea Stewart, and it's the Drowning Empire series. That was a really good series, and I haven't got back to it because I knew that there was, I think there's 3 or 4 are planned, and I'm pretty sure the third one isn't out just yet, or it's coming out. So there's 3 works so far. So it's a trilogy. So the first one is the Bone Shard's Daughter, the second one is the Bone Shard Empire, and the third one is the Bone Shard War. And it doesn't look like there's any more after that. So, and I think that is out now, or it's coming out. So that was another one that I still had to read. But other than that, I don't have many series on the go, because I sort of just get right into them and then get them done. Oh, and of course, I do actually have the Sweet Magnolia series, which I'm going to be continuing on with Brittany and Neva. Next month we're starting it, and I have my cookbook that, because I just talked about it in my TBR video. So we're going to pick a recipe out of this. I don't have all the details yet, because I haven't. I sort of just, yeah. I know that we're starting next month. I know we're going to pick a recipe out of it, and yeah, so it's going to be exciting. The recipes in there look so nice. So nice. I want to move to the Netherlands. That's cold. Fellow Texan. Look at that, making friends already. The same perspective. Oh, okay, that's really weird. Like every couple of pages. Woo. Hawk by James Patterson. Okay. I haven't read any. I think I've read 1 or 2 of his books. He was a pretty good author. I've listened to them. I haven't read them. Big difference, I guess. Still the same thing. Yeah, I can't wait to read book 2 next month, whether anyone joins me or not. Yeah, I won't be joining you, and you'll see why tomorrow when my TBR goes up. Maybe I may end up just chucking it all in. I don't know. I'm gonna the rest of your day. No worries, Lyndon. Thank you so much for joining me, and appreciate you being here. And yeah, look forward to seeing you on my next Brits. Same time next week. I'll have one. Sometimes I might do an impromptu one. Yeah, so just keep an eye out. If you subscribe, make sure you set it to all notifications. That way you'll get a notification when I put up any of my scheduled sprints and whatnot. So yeah, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Have a good night's sleep. I have so many series on the go. I think I heard you say something about your series a couple of weeks ago, and I thought, oh my goodness, I couldn't imagine having. That's probably the only thing that I like to finish. I have, in the past, I have picked up first books in a series, and I haven't liked that book. Excuse me. So I won't continue on with it. So I consider that series a done and dusted, because I'm not going to finish it. So there's no point. And that's why I sort of, yeah. But I do like, you don't often binge series, but it's your favorite. Yeah, I get that. Oh, Hawk is the series. It's not the first book. I guess I'm putting it down until now and read the rest of the series. Okay, cool. Awesome. Right before I joined on my commute home, I finished Nightfall by Suzanne Young, YA vampire novel by the author of Program Series from back in the day. Oh, okay, cool. The Program Series, is that the one that who was reading that? Someone was reading that tonight. We were talking about that. Yeah, I'm going to be looking up her. And does she write predominantly YA? Because I do struggle with YA. But in saying that, I'm not opposed to reading it either. Like, I will give it a go. And if it gels with me, it gels with me. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, I sort of just, I just give it a go, but it's not something that I gravitate towards. So yeah, if she's predominantly YA, I'd be interested to know that. Okay, my TBR is huge because of middle grade May, and I'm reading Shadow of Night and Mr. Mercedes as a buddy read with your friend Barb. You've got some buddy reads on the go too. I do too. See the stack over in the corner just behind me, off to the side here. That just there are the classics that I'm reading, and the top book is Wheel of Time. But they're all on my May TBR, but I'm only reading small amounts of them because they are part of the serialized book club. So we only read, like in Anna Karenina this month, we started that. We only read volume 1 of it. In middle March, we were only reading volume 3 because that's where we're up to. Pickwick Papers is about 50 pages. And what other one have I got on the go? Oh, and the Count of Monte Cristo, we do 10 chapters a month. So they usually equate for anywhere from 50 pages to 120 pages. So all of those, I would consider, all those books that I'm reading would only equate to one book that I would normally read. And then Wheel of Time, we're reading that one a month. Coda, who was on earlier, I'm not sure if they're still on or not, and Sid, who popped in to say hi. We're doing that as a buddy read, and there's a few other people that are joining us as well. Now, I believe that we're supposed to be doing one a month. I am up to book 5 for May. I've started it early though, so because I knew May was going to be a big month. So, I've got that on audio. So if I'm driving or something like that, or I want to break from the KU list, I can just pop that into my ear and do some housework or whatever and get that read. So I'm just going to sort of go through that. If I get it finished in May, yay. If I don't, I'm not too stressed about it, because I don't think I will stick to the schedule of one a month, because sometimes, some of them are like over 1,000 pages, and sometimes that's just a lot. I am getting them all on audio though, because my husband he only listens to audiobooks because he's always in the truck, so he doesn't actually physically pick up a book. And so so basically I said, well, do you want me to get them? He goes, yeah, because then I'll listen to them when you're finished. So that's what I'm doing now. So I'm definitely going to be listening to them as well as reading. Yeah, it was I wasn't reading that today, but I did bring it up. Yeah, I knew someone mentioned something about it. Couldn't remember. Shows you a moment there. I think so. All YA in the knife. Oh, it was a 3.5, but that is generous because I'm a sucker for a vampire story. I rarely have a bad time, even corny ones. Yeah, if that's the thing, like I don't mind the vampire stories. I don't like reading all the time. I like to mix them up and all the rest of it. But I'm a very eclectic reader. I read across the board. So at any given day, I could be reading anything. So like this coming month, I've got fantasy, thrillers, historical fiction, Victorian classics, small town, what they call, it's listed as women's fiction, Sweet Magnolias series. And I've also got some dark romance in there. So like a very eclectic. And I love it because any book I pick up I know I'm going to enjoy, because I just embrace that. And my music tastes are very much the same too. If I was to pick a genre of music, I'd probably lean towards like your Fleetwood Mac, Doors, that sort of stuff, for the old school stuff. And then I also swing towards the house music and stuff like that. So very eclectic, and listen to everything in between. So yeah, my reading's very much the same. My crafting is also the same. I just like to have my hands and my mind into many different things. So yeah, in other words, I had a fun time. I had some critiques that things could have been done by other people. Don't know if I fully recommend it unless someone also loves vampire stories. Yeah, vampire stories are good. They're always a fun time. Even the real graphic ones and not so friendly vampires are always a good time as well. But yeah, that's another thing to look at. So yeah, hey Cody, you still here? Cool. I wasn't sure whether you were back from your walk yet or whether you were reading or whatnot. So yeah, I can't wait to see your TBR. One of these days I'll have to join you in the serial read. Look, as I said, I ended up doing that because a lot of people go, like, you can see how chunky they are. Like, Anna Karenina has got over 1,000 pages. So is the Count of Monte Cristo. But if you break it down and just read 100 pages each month, it's just like a short story each month. And the Count of Monte Cristo, the way the 10 chapters are finishing, it's like finishing on a cliffhanger. So one section, because it's a story of revenge, I've just got into the revenge part of it, but leading up to that and where the chapters ended, it was after he had visited everybody that had done right by him, and now he was into the revenge part. So the way that it ended up, it basically taking us back to when they were first published and how the original readers would have felt ending that part on a cliffhanger, having to wait. Now, Anna Karenina, when I was looking that up, we're doing it in a year because when it was originally published, I believe that was published over a 4-year period. So there's only 8 volumes. So it must have been magazine or paper that it was originally published in. It must have only come out twice a year, is all I can work out, because it was, as I said, it was published over 4 years. So could you imagine like having to wait that long to finish that complete story? And the other day I was on a channel. It was just a random channel that came up on my craft newsfeed, and I clicked on it. It was a recommended, and I clicked on it, and she was talking about getting these letters in the mail. She was talking about cozy hobbies, and she was struggling to get back into reading and whatnot. And apparently she signed up for this subscription-based pen pal type thing. It's not a pen pal though, because you don't write back to them. They send you a letter, and it's a story that plays out. And each fortnight, I think she said, she gets a letter in the mail for 12 months. And essentially it is telling a story, and you get little cards and postcards and pictures and all sorts of artwork and all that sort of stuff in it. And it just comes in your letterbox, regular size mail. I haven't looked any further in it, but I'm like, that is so interesting. It comes in really pretty stationery and all that sort of stuff. I could not see if it was handwritten or not, or made out to be handwritten. But it looked really interesting, and I thought, well, that's a pretty cool thing. So it can join anytime you want, Stormy, as well. You can do it. Books 8 and 10 are significantly shorter, and okay, 4 was the second longest and 6 is the longest. Is it? Really? I don't know. I've got them up here. Look, I'll just show you. It's right. See, they're all sitting up on that top shelf. So you said 6 is the longest, did you say? 8 and 10 are shorter. 6 is the longest. Okay, let me just have a look at this. 6 has, including the glossary, it has 1,022, but the actual story, this is my copy, the actual story only has 993, but I would have thought that number 12 was bigger, because no, it's not. It just looks bigger. It's only got 830 pages in it. There you go. Well, there you go. Because like when you look at it, this is book 12. That's book 6 there, and that's book 12. It looks significantly like it is bigger. Look. I don't know if you can see that on camera or not, but that is, yeah, it looks bigger. So I thought that was a chunky book, but it has less pages. How weird is that? And same as book 11, Knife of Dreams. That looks like it's, yeah, well, there you go. And I've still got 2 up the top there as well. Well, there you go. Yeah, 4 for me. I was starting to like lose it a little bit with book 4 in the Wheel of Time. It was long, and the chapters were long as well. Like I think when the chapters are that little bit shorter, it for my brain it just works a little bit better. But yeah, but that's a commitment. There's that shelf, and then see there's 2 up the top there as well. In the pile. Obviously, these are all my unread books. So yeah, all my read books are inside, but you can see how dark my house is. So all right, where are we at? Took a closer look at 3 books from my TBR that I had chosen on the whim. Decided I wasn't ever going to read them, so I put them in my little free library backpack and trade them sometime. Yeah, that's the best way to go. What I tend to do is with series and stuff like that, when I'm going to start them, I'll grab them on Kindle as opposed to buying the physical book, because books are so expensive here too. And then if I like it, and I'll try and find it, see if I can't find it on Scribd or something like that, where I've got, or Kindle Unlimited. If I've got a subscription, it just makes it a little bit easier, and then I don't feel so bad if I don't finish the series. It's very rare that I will just buy an entire series to have on my shelf. Wheel of Time, I knew that I was going to like it. It's an epic fantasy. I've known about it for many, many years. I've just been very intimidated by it. And then when everybody that there was another lady I was doing a buddy read with, but life got in the way for her, and then I've seen Sid doing it, it's made me continue on with it. And then my daughter said that she wanted it as well, so it just made sense to get it. So yeah, going to try Help by Catherine. I haven't read that one. It's a movie too, isn't it? Very eclectic with my reading, but do have things I'm not a fan of. Probably would not have made it. Look, I only just made it through the Women's Prize. Those last 4 books, whew, they were hard work. I'm telling you. I'm so glad that 3 out of those 4 books were very short books. Like I think the longest one was Pod out of those. The others were only like 200 and 220 pages. I'm not sorry that they weren't on. I'm glad they weren't on the short list. They were terrible books, those last 4. Yeah, I thoroughly. But in saying that, I am so glad that I read them, and I'm so glad that I didn't DNF them, because I definitely now know what I don't like in a book. And I just felt that Cursed Bread and Homesick had no direction. And as for the Children of Paradise, which was the other one in vlog 4, that was just gross. Like there was just grossness. I didn't need it. Fifth Dream by J.R.R. Martin is a fantastic story. I'd recommend it. Oh, okay, cool. I have Game of Thrones on my shelf, and I'm pretty sure that I have the audiobooks on Scribd saved. My plan was to read that this year, but I was supposed to be halfway through. At the beginning of the year, I was supposed to be halfway through Wheel of Time. Life got in the way at the end of last year, and so I never got back to it. So I have decided that I am not even going to pick up Game of Thrones until I'm finished Wheel of Time. So we're at book 5, and I've got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 to go. So I've got 9 months before I'm even going to get to, let's say 11 months. So if I, take a little bit longer to read each one. But I will definitely write that down, because I've heard that he is a fantastic writer. I've never even watched the series. I think I've watched maybe half of season 1. I don't think I've watched the full season. And it was pretty full on. So yeah, that would be a horrible way to read. Oh, forget that. Read it. Yeah, that's exactly right. Moving this up on my TBR. Awesome. Okay, I have a question. I just recently I have not read I think I've read maybe one book of Anne Rice. I'm not 100% sure, or maybe I started it and I didn't finish it. The Mayfair Witches is a series, and my partner just got the Witching Hour, which is the book that's based on the series. Has anybody read it, and is it good? Because it's 52 hours of audiobook, and there's 3 in the series. And I'm just curious to know if anybody's read it or not and what they thought of it. So it's witches. I know it's not vampires, but I haven't. Yeah, I would like to. What is it called? I don't know which question. I'm not too sure about that. Sorry there. Lula? Yeah, check the fonts, margins. I go by what I count. Okay, fair enough. A bit shorter as well. Long chapters just do my head in. Some chapters just drone on a little bit. Not so much in like the Wheel of Time for the most part, although it didn't happen as much in book 4. But book 1 to 3, the ebb and flow of it was really good. It just kept me engaged. And as I was starting to wane, it engaged me again. And it was really well done. Book 4, I think that, and there was no prologue in book 4 either, was there? They're all starting to blend now because we're so entrenched in that story. Each book is just starting to blend. So, yeah. I think they will send you. I think I'm just trying to think what it was called. Let me just see if I can find it for you. I'm not 100% sure whether I'll be able to because it was a couple of days ago that I watched it. Something flowers, I think it was. Let me just have a look. If I don't find it now, I'll find it in the next sprint, which we're about to go to. And I'm trying to think what channel I watched it on. Was I on my craft channel or was I on Dusty Book Sniffers? Let me just have a look. I've just brought Dusty up. So, and I've watched a ton of videos since then. History. This is going to take a while. I can't seem to find it. I will try and find it in the next sprint and I'll let you know what it was. Here we go. 10 hobbies. Let me just have a look. It's called The Flower Letters is what it's called. And the channel that I seen it on was A Charming Abode, and it's called Cozy Hobbies to Try for Over 40. Like, I know I'm over 40, but you don't need to send me craft stuff. I've got a craft channel, but I must have been on my BookTube channel. So yeah, A Charming Abode, and she has a whole heap of stuff on there that she does as hobbies to relax and whatnot. Her partner has early onset of dementia, and so she's now his full-time carer, and so I think she does YouTube to help supplement her income. But there is a link there, and it's just called The Flower Letters. So yeah, if that helps. So yeah, watch the recent TV show. Yeah, I watched. We watched a couple of episodes of it, and then I realized it was a book. And so we stopped watching it because my partner wants to listen to the book first. But it was like 52 hours of audiobook. I'm like, that narrator must be pretty slow. I mean, for me, it won't be that long because I speed him up. He does not speed his books up. So you can wait on Ice and Fire. Game of Thrones is amazing, but it's incomplete, very incomplete, and we've been waiting for the second to last book for 15 years. But that's also the same as what's his name? Patrick Ruffus. Like, there's 2 books, and the third one, and he starts the trilogy with I need 3 days, so each book is a day in him telling the story, and it's been 10 years that we've been waiting. He's been promising and saying that it's coming out. Doors of Stone, I think, is the third one. I've read the first one, and I started the second one when I realized that was the situation, and I put them down. So I loved the first one. Like, it was absolutely amazing, and I wanted to continue on with the series. But if we're not going to get a completion, I'm not going to waste my time. Yeah, like I'll probably leave them on my shelf, you know, until the day I'm pushing up daisies. But you know, hopefully we get it, because and he's not done himself any favors of late. Like I watch, is it Daniel Green Fantasy News? I watch his channel. And there's another guy that popped up. I can't think of his name. I've only ever watched him once, but there was some sort of hoo-ha where he was supposed to release a chapter from the third book, and he didn't do it. And so many people are so angry and all the rest of it. And he's put his reasonings why for his mental health and all that sort of stuff. But from where I'm sitting, he's doing more damage to himself by, you know, to his mental health by having promised things for fans and then fans coming. Because I mean, let's face it, fans can get quite passionate about these things and whatnot. So I'd be just inclined to just shut my mouth and say nothing, as opposed to keep promising stuff and not coming through with it. Like, yeah. And if you go and have a look on Goodreads, go and read his response to everybody giving the third book 5-star ratings and stuff like that. He's quite a witty guy. And I read that. I burst out laughing when I read it. It was so funny, like absolutely hilarious. Haven't read it though. I've made some. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. It was the first book I read this year, and Game of Thrones or Witching Hour. I really enjoyed it, but some parts dragged. It was very, very long. Okay. Okay, so Stormy says she tried The Witching Hour and DNF'd it at 60% when my friends bailed as it was so boring, or at least to me. Even at 60%, I had 400 pages left. It is a huge book. I know that. Like 52 hours, you know you're over 1,000. Because I don't even think Count of Monte Cristo comes in at that. Like, yeah. How many pages did it have in it, Stormy? I know. Hey, Talia, thanks for joining us. I ended up really enjoying it after I finished it, and I'm excited to. So you, oh yeah, okay, cool. So the first book that you read this year was okay, cool. I might have to give it a read. I might do it closer to the end of the year because I'll probably have more time then. I tend to do a lot of my reading for the year in the first half of the year because in the second half of the year I'm a lot busier with going away for retreats and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm so late. I'm going to. It's fine, hon. That's fine. You got little kitties, and you've got to deal with them, so that's fine. The series really changed a lot, but it's good as its own thing. Pulls a lot of inspiration from the book. Yeah. Well, when you got a book that big, 1,200 pages, oof, okay, that is a big one. That's the same as a lot of other series that I've watched. They pull inspiration from the book and then they just make it its own separate entity, which is great. Yes, I loved All the Fire and Ice, but it did the same thing as you when I realized it would be waiting. It's still, yeah. To be honest, like I've watched that story a little bit, and that, to be honest, I don't think he is ever going to write that last book because the show has ended and all the rest of it. And didn't he have something to do with some of the stuff that wrapped that show up? I know it's supposed to be different as well. And I know that I remember I never watched it, so I didn't get into the fandom of it or anything like that. But I know a lot of my friends were pissed off, to say the least, about how the show ended. So yeah, interesting. I just don't think he's ever going to do it. So your copy was 1,200, and I think Coda was saying his copy was 1020. That's a big book. That's a big book. Mine is 433, very small print and margins. Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh on the eyeballs when it's small print. All right. Oh my gosh, you're all saving me from ever starting. It looks like I see. I don't know. I like those sort of books. I like those sort of books, and where they're long and you can really fall into the story. And you know there are going to be some boring bits, but if they at least add to the story, and yeah, but I don't know. I've seen like a few people talk about it. Some people loved it, some people have hated it. So I guess we'll just see where I land. I'll let my husband read it first. He's a pretty good judge of books. He'll probably tell me he hated every minute of it because he doesn't read a lot of fantasy stuff or witchy stuff or stuff like that. He's into dystopian and sci-fi. And as he says, space shoot 'em ups. Like that's not a genre, but anyway, that's what he calls them. Oh, that's so funny. That would be really irk me. The waiting, yeah, the waiting is like, and they're not small books either. So like, I've already invested a fair amount of time into it. I mean, and it was so well done. Like, I really like this book. Like, it was so well done. I couldn't put it down. And I'm pretty sure I think I got 2 or 3 chapters in this one. Like, and that's the second one of it. And so when he started it, he set it up as each book is a day, and he's telling his story to a scribe, and the scribe is writing the story. So you need the third book to finish it. But if you want to have a good giggle, go over it and check his response to the people. He even said to him, "If you read it, can you tell me how it ends so I can wrap up the book?" It's so funny. Cracked me up, really did. You get so devoted to get naked. Yeah, that's it. Like, and that one, like, that was the I hadn't read an epic fantasy for a while. It had been a couple of years, and yeah, and then I picked this up, and it just dragged me into the story so hardcore. And then I'm like, what? It's been 10 years since it. And yeah, he's not going to write it. Yeah, and I don't think Game of Thrones will I definitely don't think Game of Thrones will ever get finished. Patrick Ruffus, though, he has books because they've had a couple of times they've had a publication date and they've already done the artwork and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's pretty wordy, but yeah, family trees, history go. Yeah, see, I like that sort of stuff. For me, and because yeah, I like where you dive right into the history of something and you get a really good backstory. And I don't like it all the time, but at least once or twice a year, I will try to read something that's epic like that. And I haven't done that for the last couple of years because I've been, distracted by the bright, sparkly things. All right, well, we're almost at the end of the comments again. But you intimidate too. You know what? Someone else asked me this once before because I read a lot of chunky books, and I'm not the only one that reads chunky books. But someone asked me one day, how do you get around the mindset of being intimidated by something? So, Wheel of Time, the size of the books don't bother me. It was the length of the series that intimidated me. So I've known about Wheel of Time for a very long time. For those that don't know, I'm actually in my 50s. And so I've known about that pretty much since it started getting published back in the 90s, right? And my partner back then was reading it. We had no idea that he was going to, go belly up and all the rest of it in 2007. And then have Brandon Sanderson his wife have Brandon Sanderson finish it. It would have been a very sad state of affairs if someone didn't finish that series because he would have put so much time and effort into that. It would have been very sad indeed. But like a series of that size, that's what intimidates me. But chunky books don't, because I just look at it as 3 books in one. Because the average size book that I read is about 350 to 450 pages. That's my average size. Just about every book I pick up is around that 300-page mark. And so I just think of it as it's just like an omnibus, like it's 3 books in one. And that's how I wrap my head around it. And that way I don't feel so intimidated. So for me, if I'm going into a book, I get into the mindset, I'm just going to read 300 pages over the next couple of days. And before I know it, I've finished 600 pages. And and then the next week I'm finished the book. So basically, that's sort of how I tackle big books, and that's how I get around that mindset of not having to look at it as, oh my God, I've got 1,000 pages to read. I've only got 300 pages to read in the next couple of weeks. And big books, I give myself like 6 weeks to read. Sometimes I'll finish them off in 2 weeks. Sometimes it'll take the full 6 weeks. It just depends on my life at the time, what's happening, who's in the house and all that sort of stuff, and what commitments I've got. So I had one book that was, it was about 800 pages, and it took me 7 weeks to read because I just had so much going on. The Witching Hour, my friend loved it as a teen, wanted to reread it, and she didn't make it to 300 pages and bailed. But she said she was reading it and I was doing the audio. It wasn't so bad. I just didn't care. Yeah, if you don't care, you don't care. And sometimes it can be the narrator as well. Like, if the narrator doesn't put enough effort into it, it can really turn you off listening to an epic book. I keep getting spam about Telstra fan fiction. One of those weeks. Oh, that's all you need. Telstra spam. Far out. So I'm assuming you're in Australia. Are you in Australia, Teo? Because Telstra is our phone network here in Australia. So I love that too. Deep and complex histories and family histories are awesome, and it always makes me appreciate the writer's craft so much. I'm the same. Like, if you're going to go that in depth into a family tree and the history of the family and all that sort of stuff, I'm there for you. I'm there for you. You've done the legwork. I'm there to read your legwork for sure. And sometimes they can be a little bit boring, but at the end of the day, you get so much of the background of that family and all that sort of stuff. I think that's absolutely, amazing. I think it's long books that aren't fantasy. I am probably not going to read a huge thriller or a general fiction. Just trying to think. I don't think I read big thrillers, because most thrillers are only around, I think the biggest one I've read is 450 pages in a thriller. General fiction, I've read some chunksters in general fiction. Great Circle, which was on the Women's Prize for Fiction last year, that was on the long list last year. Maybe the shortlist, I can't remember now. That was quite a chunky book. That was almost 600 pages. But it was a really compelling story. I think if it's a compelling story, you can get through it. And if the premise intrigues you, like some of the bigger books, I am not generally a person that will read a synopsis. I will go off the cover. I will go off the title. Occasionally, I will read a synopsis if I'm not 100% sure. But like for your general fiction and stuff like that, I tend to read the synopsis. Thrillers, I won't ever read a synopsis again because I've had too many books spoilt in that way. So I just I just don't do it anymore. And there's nothing worse. You buy a thriller and you already know what's going to happen because they've spoiled it. Or like The Marriage Portrait. On that book, that actually says in the front, it tells you in the front, instead of having it at the back, it's a history, a snippet out of the history of who it was based on, like who she took inspiration from. And she was a 15-year-old girl that was married to a duke, and within 12 months she was dead. That's on the first page before you even get to the first chapter, or I don't think it's got prologue, but yeah, and it's like, why would you do that? Now you're reading this, I think that had 500 pages in it. You're reading this 500-page book that you already know what happened to the main protagonist in the book. I mean, obviously there was twists and turns and all that sort of stuff, but it was like, it really, really puts you off when they do stuff like that. It took me a month to read. Yeah, sometimes you just got to take it slow and you got to put it down. Totally agree. Hey, Chrissy, how you going? Grandma duties this morning. That's fine. That's awesome. How are the kids going? Chunksters, that's a new word for me. Yeah, I call them chunksters because they're just huge. They're chunky books and they're chunksters. If you're around here for any length of time, you'll get used to my slang and all that sort of stuff. And like the longer that I start talking, the more the slang will come in. I'm very mindful of my slang sometimes and shortening words and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I've noticed lately I've been, I'm going to suss this and suss that and all that, and that means to explore. So yeah, you'll get used to it. All right, we might head for another sprint and do a 45-minute sprint. This is possibly going to be the last sprint because I've got to go and pick up my daughter soon. And you think the witching hour constitutes it's got, oh, okay. Gothic horror fantasy. Yeah. Just, I watched a bit of the show and I would probably categorize it as gothic horror fantasy. Yeah, I agree with that. You are a grandma or caring for a grandma. Chrissy is a grandma. I'm pretty sure you are, aren't you, Chrissy? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are. Kids are great. I'm a grandma. Yep. To an almost 2-year-old. Yeah, I thought you were. Like, oh, I'm a grandma too. All right. Yeah, don't like long thrillers or mysteries with expert. Yeah, exception of Outlander romance don't need to be any longer than 300 pages. Yeah, that's right. They don't, because they're a thriller. You know that something exciting is going to happen, and it's going to have a twist. And yeah, just get on with it. We don't need to know the full details. We just need to get on with it. Although crime fiction needs to be a little bit more lengthy, because sometimes you need to go into like that, because they can be sort of on the thriller side of things, but they're a crime fiction, and they sort of sometimes need to be a little bit longer, so you get the backstory of the villain and also the people that are going to solve it and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. All right, we have finally got to the end of the comments. Where I come from, they call big things chonky. Oh, okay. Often referring to obese dogs and cats. Okay, so chonky. Are you in England? Or no, you're in Texas. I think you said. Yeah. No, I call them chunksters. If something's chunky. So yeah, it's just chunksters. So yeah, we're here for the education of how Nicole talks. All right, let's go to a sprint. Do 45 minutes. Hopefully, I will get some reading. I'm also going to hang out some washing as well. So let me just add this to the stream. We have been talking for way longer than 15 minutes, because I'm pretty sure that we just talked through a sprint. So let's reset that, start that again, and yeah, alrighty. I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. How did everyone go? I broke the 100-page mark, so I'm pretty happy about that. I would have liked to have got more done, but I've been interrupted and done this and done that, and yeah, so I've got to 100 pages. That's good. I'll probably get a little bit more read tonight, but we'll see how I go on that. But I just spent the last 10 minutes going through the Sweet Magnolias cookbook again and oohing and ahhing over all the yummy food in it. I'm looking forward to getting back into that series. I thought about it a little bit more. I'm going to definitely listen to the first book again over the weekend. I'll just probably just have that playing in my ear. It's not a very long book, so especially at the speed that I listen to it. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back into that with Brittany and Nina as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah. So how did everybody else go? Let me know in the comments how you all went. I'm finding this book a little bit dull at the moment, but still intriguing enough to keep reading it. So I usually give a book until 100 pages before I think about DNFing it. That gives me enough opportunity to see if it can pick itself up and all the rest of it. This hasn't dropped off or hasn't picked up at this point. So it is a lot of her learning the truth about communism and stuff like that. So she's 15. If you didn't know what the book was about, she's a pianist, and it's set in Azerbaijan in 1979. And she's 15 in the story at the moment. And yeah, she's been set a task to spy on someone for the Communist Party, the the Youth Communist Party, I think they call it. And she's just about to take her vow, but now she's starting to, I think she's going to start really questioning it because she feels like she's been lied to. And the guy that is looking after all the youth hit on her and made her feel really uncomfortable and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, it's there's a lot more than that going on, but there's sort of things that are making her change her direction and whatnot. So it'll be interesting to see where this book ends up. It is very much, I think I said this before, it's sort of the same vein as The Kite Runner. So The Kite Runner was set in Afghanistan around the same time. It was following the story of a young boy and all the things that happened around his family when the Soviets actually came into Afghanistan. This is around the same time as that, and it has mentioned that the Communist Party signing the decree to go into Iraq was the worst thing that they did for the party and all that sort of stuff. So it did actually mention a little bit of that in there. And as I said, she's a pianist, a concert pianist, and she's in the midst of training for a big concert and competition. So yeah, she's made it to the next round basically. All right, where am I up to? There we are. Listen to a couple of chapters of House of Sky and Breath. How's it going? Are you liking it? You've got to get that read. Didn't you have all those library books come in? Was that one of them, or is this a different book altogether? You're as bad as me. I have that many books going. You wait till you see, or you've seen part of my TBR anyway. Chrissy's actually my moderator over in Discord. So if you're wondering who Chrissy Stitches is, she's a friend of mine from Facebook and the crafting community, and helps me here in the bookish community as well. And we were discussing part of my TBR. I filmed it this morning, Chrissy, and it's ludicrous. Like, if I get through those, I am going to I'm going to take myself out for a stiff drink after the month of May, I think, because it's huge. Finished everything on her to-do list for the day. That is awesome. And Stormy edited a video. That's excellent. Well done. That's always a good feat. I've got to edit after this as well. Filled in my planner for next week and tried to figure out my next audio read. That's awesome. Productive. Sounds like everybody had a very productive sprint that time. Maybe we got home, so we've been visiting. I'll probably finish the prologue and then read more when I wake up at 4:30 in the morning again. I am hoping that I do not wake up again at 4:30. I just like it's dark. Don't want to get out of bed. And like to be laying in bed going, yeah, I'm just going to the gym at 5 because, yeah. That's just ridiculous. I'm surprised I'm still awake, to be honest. Like I actually feel a little bit tired now. I could cut a nap, but I can't. I've got to go and do some stuff. I've got to get to the post office to get some mail out and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. But anyway. I used up a notepad. I got in the mail, organised, trying to get donations. Oh, I didn't donate, but I kept notepad. Time to get another notepad. Awesome. Yes, it's a library book, and it's that's right. It's your bingo. I knew I'd seen it, and your bingo pick. My bingo pick. What am I reading this week? Have I read it already? What was I supposed to read? I can't even remember. I must have read it already. Have I? Oh no, I'm still reading it. The fantasy book, Wheel of Time. That's right, number 5. I've forgotten where I'm at because I've done my TBR, so like my brain's all over the place for what I'm reading and all the rest of it. So I have my next bingo prompt out because I already know what it is because I've done that and I've just got to finish doing the description and everything on that, but that's uploaded. So yeah, I'll be reading Castaways. So I've got it there, and I don't have it on audio, so I'm going to squeeze that in between. I'm going to read a couple of chapters between each book through the month of May. It's insanity. I'm telling you, it's insanity, my TBR. But I do have to go. I got a text message from my daughter during that sprint. She is earlier. I'm picking her up earlier than I expected. As I said, I do have to go to the post office and get all my errands done for today. But I would just like to say thank you to everybody that has subscribed to the channel today. If you haven't already done so and you've been here for the duration of the sprints, please consider subscribing and also giving me a thumbs up on the channel as well. And I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that has hung around for the last 4 hours. It's been a great day of sprinting and chatting with you all, and I really appreciate you all being here. But that is it for me today. And as always, I will see you in the next video, and I'll also see you next week for some more sprints. And they will be starting at 9 a.m. next week as well. Have a great week and day or evening, no matter where you are, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.